right.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Having said that, this one has mixed.
Yeah. Is that better? All right, let's try that again. Is that good? Okay, on the board, we're at, what, negative 15 is the highest I'm getting right now.
You need two mics, though.
Yeah, no, we've got two mics.
Oh.
That's
You
use
need
the speakers.
Okay, we'll do
need
it.
to have the speaker run into the
I gotta
sound.
do it right now.
Yeah.
I,
Don't we have PA thing?
Hey, Brian.
It used to be Ed Frankenberry, so it was so easy to just call him.
all right, is that better?
So here we go. Here's Ace speaker.
there.
Position down
Well,
there?
I guess
That's
not.
not our deal.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, we'll leave it at that then. Okay.
You good then?
Hello? Good, how are you? Tell him he's shit out of luck. What the hell? Mark did? All right. I'm sorry that happened. Yeah.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Do they have power?
Minor
He's
details
a very
like
experienced announcer. I'm surprised he gave you any trouble. He well knows this. I think he's announcing here at Kimmy Go Club. So, yeah. Yeah. Fine. He should not have been frustrated. I'm sorry to express that to you. I think he should be here. I think he's here this morning. Yeah. All right. He's around all weekend. He'll pick it up later. And if he does come back, yes, he's one of our very experienced announcers, and he is ready.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, yeah.
It's coming in on there.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks for the call. All right. Bye-bye.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stereo. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Unless. No, because those are lines. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
No, oh, I think Brendan now. Mason's passed all the ops stuff to Brendan. That's right. Have you got Brendan's? Hi, it's Nick Copley. You just called me on the announcing committee. Oh, okay. Well, he's certainly one of our guys. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Right. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Thanks. Take care. Bye. If we can get something working here, you may hear them. Thanks. Good luck for your race. Testing, 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 testing,
Oh, it is.
testing. Good morning.
Found it.
Hey, good morning, everyone on the dock.
This is a fancy soundboard. I'm used to just you run the volume down and pitch one.
We are not. They are all yours.
Now there are less tables to trip on.
Excellent. Well, glad we got that sorted. So you guys are all set now?
Should be. Yeah.
Excellent.
We were getting audio on our end for whatever reason. We were able to get audio out with those off.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense.
So,
So yeah, that makes sense.
so just to let you know that this is the master volume. So
Okay.
if you need it up or down,
Right.
sliding that up or down is
Right.
how you do it. Don't
Okay.
touch that one. That one's set from us for output, which the nice thing is the volume out for this versus out for us is different. So as
Okay.
you adjust that, you're not affecting our end.
Oh, okay. Good. Very good. Amy, hello. I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Excellent. Are you ready?
The voices of the regatta.
Exactly.
Now it's,
I like your hat.
Hey, thanks.
someone said that to me yesterday.
Testing.
The show goes on now at this point, you know?
Exactly. It
turn it
certainly
back.
does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Turning back.
Testing 1, 2.
It's be a busy morning. A lot of CPC going on out here.
Right. I know. I know.
Singing the national anthem.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
You guys, Kristen Carney, who should be here in a minute. Like now.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Testing 1, 2. Should be on. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so this mic is just quieter than the other one. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 4, 5, 6.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
That worked.
Hello? Hello. All right. Good morning, Cambridge. That's fine. All right. Good morning, everyone. I hope we are coming in loud and clear over the beautiful Cambridge Boat Club and Cambridge, Massachusetts, looking across to Boston. Elliott Bridge. We are here welcoming the 2022 head of the Charles Regatta, and we are going to have our national anthem at this moment. Here we go.
All right, this morning we have a new national anthem singer, Kristen Carney. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed as the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you. Thank you. And you sing with Kevin, or you know Kevin?
All right, and with that, we are getting underway with our 2022 Head of the Charles Regatta. And the racers should be on the course. First event should have started at 7:45 this morning. No reason not to on this gorgeous, beautiful, sunny Friday morning. And we're excited to be here. We're going to be starting off this morning, as we most of us know here, especially at Cambridge Boat Club, with the event 1, which is the men's senior veterans single, and the grand veterans single, which is age category 70 through 85 plus. So we're going to see the youngsters out here first thing this morning. They're going to beat it up the course, and it's going to be a great, great morning. So we've got starting off Patrice Rio from Cambridge Boat Club right here. Starting off first, Bill Bird starting second from all the way across the country in Portland, Oregon. Willamette Rowing Club, excuse me. Bill Bird, 72. Daryl Vingerhall from Philadelphia. Vesper Boat Club will be rounding out our top 3. We'll get to see all the gentlemen racing here in just a few moments. I'm sure they're on their way. And we've got 55 competitors coming up the course in this first age category.
So just a couple of things to note. At some point, there is no seeding in this race. The people, so for instance, Drake Stone, who is, likely to, I said Speedy, there's no seeding. So Greg Stone is way in the back because he raced this race last year. So it's just a little inconsistent. So around here we're going to see a lot of, and it's that way throughout the entire race course. We're going to see a bunch of passing. So in terms of spawning, we'll give you a couple of names to look at, just because we will each talk about Jim Deeds here, buddy. Okay. Robert Lee. Carlos says it, number 17.
Carlos is getting a heart
Ben Jones, to my knowledge, number 19. Ben and Henry House. These two guys, whoever of us is talking, Ben and Henry have raced in every single Head of the Charles, possibly one exception. Okay. Okay. Maybe this is a project. This year, 48, 28. Okay, so. My feeling is less is more. I don't see the need to fill up the space here.
No, I know, but I don't want to have to hand and so on. So if you want to say something, I'll just take the lead.
When the time comes.
Absolutely fine. Yeah, we'll just. This is you're.
Turn this on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as promised, the racers are on the course, and they have been for about 18 minutes, and the first couple of racers are coming up around the corner. So we are well into it here on the 2022 Head of the Charles. Number 5, that's my buddy Jim Dietz, started 5th, and he is coming around the corner in first place, with Patrice right behind him. So we've got 73-year-old Jim Dietz, 6-time Olympian, 3 times rower, 3 times coach, multiple-time world rower coach, and he's only missed one event here at the Head of the Charles. So let's give a big round of applause for Jim Dietz as he comes around the corner. Starting number 5, he told me he was in good shape this morning, and it shows right now. So here we go.
And let's keep that up for Patrice Roux coming around. Cambridge Boat Club.
Number 4 is next. That's Bob Spousta from Occoquan, Fairfax, Virginia. There you go, Bob. Jim and Bob have been rowing against each other forever. So here they come. Number 4.
We have number 2 and number 3.
We got Bill Bird coming in next in the yellow Empacher from Willamette, Oregon. Willamette, Portland, Oregon. And Daryl, say it again, Vergerhill from Vesper. So the men are moving up the course, looking great, absolutely perfect conditions. And everybody on the bridge, keep ringing those cowbells, keep it fun.
So I can hear her, so she's got to spot us.
6 and then 8.
Okay, next we have Paul Gross from Upper Valley Rowing in Hanover, followed by James Monty from Ann Arbor, Michigan. Welcome to Boston.
And again, just perfect conditions here this morning. These gentlemen have had absolutely idyllic conditions. We might see some nice times from these guys as they're coming along. The course record was set by Richard Kendall in 2010, so that's a long-standing course record of 1950. That must have been a screaming tailwind there.
So number 10 is ahead of number 7.
Number 10 is coming along. That's Rocky Mountain Rowing Club sculler David Stearns, 71 years old. Finished 9th last year. David Stevens, excuse me. And number 9, Bob Lee. Robert Lee from right here in Cambridge.
You missed 7, so 7's there in between the two of them.
Don Besser. Next up is Don Besser, boat number 7 from Union Boat Club.
Nice line there by boat number 7 by Don. Very good. He's got his port blade overhanging the buoys there. Nice tight line coming into the bridge. And again, lots of things happening out there. Already seen some passing, and the day is young.
Number 11, Jeff Gratwick from the Maine Rowing Association, right here in front of CBC.
All right. Jeff has been rowing here on the Charles for 63 years. He must have started pretty young. He's 79 right now, so next year he'll be in that 80 category. Congratulations, Jeff. Way to go.
Coming around the turn, David Blanchard from Green Mountain Rowing Club in Burlington, Vermont. That's bow number 12.
He used to row back in New York City at Columbia, and probably a couple years ago was rowing down in New York City.
Bow number 13, Eric Daneman from the New Haven Rowing Club. Followed by bow number 12, David Blanchard. Coming around the turn, we have Ted Pitler from Lambertville, New Jersey, the Swan Creek Rowing Club.
Ted is a Rutgers alum, So we've got a lot of gentlemen out here that have rode in college. Maybe they took a few years off, maybe they didn't, but they're back at it strong and steady now. That's bow number 16 right there, Ted Pittler heading for the bridge with bow 13, Eric Daneman, another Columbia lightweight from 1967, 78 years old. Way to go, Eric.
Bow number 14, Robert Baker from the West Side Rowing Club in Buffalo, New York. Bow number 14, heading to Cambridge.
He's one of these guys that's been rowing all his life. He started at the age of 12, and that would make him 65 years young on the river. So 77 years old right now and is super excited to be out here today. He won the Head of the Ohio back last year. He's got to start making a turn, though. I know. I didn't. He might have heard me. Maybe he didn't.
So 15's coming up.
Bow number 15. Bow number 15, Hugh Spurway from Duxbury, Massachusetts. Coming to Cambridge. Tim Wheatley, bow number 18, from Merrimack River Rowing Association in Lowell, Massachusetts.
And originally from Brisbane, Australia. So long way from home. Tim Whitley, 73. Looking good. Nice line going under the bridge. Bow number 20 is Pearden Donahue. He has a very simple goal. Hopefully he's done it so far. His simple goal for today was not to hit a bridge. So I think that's a lot of people's goal here at the Head of the Charles. And what we always like to say is that the bridges haven't moved in over, well, probably 100 years or so, maybe more. So if you can look at them, they're not going to move in front of you. So just do your best. Stay underneath. There you go, Pearden.
Bow number 19, Ben Jones from Cambridge Boat Club. Ben has been rowing this river forever. He has rowed in every Head of the Charles since 1966. Come on, Ben.
I think that's a record right there. Henry Hamilton.
Okay, coming up is number 21, Henry Hamilton, Cambridge Boat Club from Cambridge, Massachusetts.
He's 81. Henry Hamilton. Let's give it a round of applause for 81-year-old Henry Hamilton coming underneath. He was been in every single Head of the Charles except the one when he was happened to be in Vietnam War. So congratulations, Henry Hamilton. Nice job.
Okay, coming around the turn is bow number 35, Ian Luxford from the Sunshine Coast Rowing Club in Colburn Beach, Australia.
Nice. He's an elite rower as well. We rowed in the World Championships in 74 and 75 and the Henry Royal in 76 and was an Olympian in 76 as well. So a lot of guys out here with a lot of experience, and that gentleman has got a bit. All right, here's 35. That's Ian coming up underneath, right in front of our announcer stand, across from the bridge, and heading to the bridge right now and making that final turn.
Coming up next, bow number 22, Fred Chernoff from Saratoga Springs, New York. What can we tell you about Fred? No, Dan's not here.
After him is number 32.
Bow number 32 is coming up. Bob Gullett from the Upper Thames Rowing Club in Reminahan, Great Britain. Reminen, Great Britain. Want to say that properly?
It's Bob Gullett from Upper Thames Rowing Club in Reminham, Great Britain. It's actually on the river at Henley-on-Thames.
Okay, on the bend, bow number 25, Bill Barrett from Cambridge Boat Club. Come on, Bill.
80 years old, entered his first Head of the Charles in 1971. So he's in that 80 category, looking good.
24. Okay, next is bow number 24, Robert Hoggett from the Nereid Boat Club in Rutherford, New Jersey.
Love to hear his story. His wife got him into rowing back in 1988 with a week of rowing coaching at Craftsbury up in Vermont, and he is taken to the sport ever since. So that's pretty cool.
Okay, next up right in front of us, bow 23, Edward Zerdy from Norwalk, Connecticut, Maritime on the outside, and then 24. Bow 34, Dustin Ordway from Traverse area in Traverse City, Michigan.
Yeah, that's it. Tacker. Go Tacker. Traverse Area Community Rowing. They've got a short rowing season up there. It starts a little late in the spring, but Dustin makes the most of it up there.
Okay, next, Joseph Nowitzki, bow number 27 from Cooperstown, New York. Let's hear it for the Hall of Fame.
82 years old.
And bow number 36, Bob Hecox from Gig Harbor, Washington. Okay. Coming around the bend is Hugh Scott from Community Rowing right here in Brighton, Massachusetts. He is very familiar with this river, of course. His father was the majority leader in the United States Senate for many years.
All right, and everybody's made it around one arch or the other of the bridge, so that's always good. At the speed that these gentlemen are going, they can usually make a little bit of a turn or adjustment without too much trouble, but we don't want to see anybody have any trouble going under the bridge. So people on the bridge, keep yelling people out. They don't have eyes in the back of their head. Good job over there.
This is Hugh Scott right in front of Cambridge Boat Club.
This is his 22nd head of the Charles. Hugh Scott coming up underneath us.
Okay, coming around the turn, we have Craig Redinger, bow number 45 from Charlottesville, Virginia.
Coach Craig, all right. Coach Craig coaches Beaver Creek Sculling down in Charlottesville and also West Abermar High School.
He is followed by Laszlo Siki from Budapest, Hungary. Welcome to the Charles River. White shirt.
Looking good, Craig. Looking good.
Okay, next up, bow number 40, Barry Randall from San Diego.
Barry started rowing in 1961 up in Poughkeepsie, New York, and he's been going ever since. Rows out of San Diego right now. And familiar red and white colors.
And in the Empire, bow number 52, Greg Stone from Cambridge Boat Club.
Greg's putting a push on the gentleman from San Diego. The local knows his line.
Bow number 47, Michael T-Bay. Okay, bow number 47, Michael T-Bay from Greenwich.
That gentleman is in the Empire, the yellow boat, and then followed by him is bow number 43. 43 is Terrence Conway from Lincoln Park Boat Club from Chicago.
Then bow number 37, Alan McLennan from Cape Cod Masters Rowing in Harwich.
And he started rowing in 1957. He's 83 years old. Let's give a big round of applause for Alan coming underneath the bridge right now, bow number 37.
Okay, we got Bill Jaquette, bow number 41.
He rows out. Bill rows out at Everett, Washington. Everett Rowing.
Okay. Richard Denufil, bow number 29 from Cambridge Boat Club. Bob, let's see. Victor Abraham, bow number 38 from Newport Beach, California. Okay, bow number 30, James Mandel from Riverside Boat Club.
And bow number 30 there is moving out of the way a little bit, which is a good idea because he's got bow number 49 coming up on him. Bow 49 has done some passing. That's Peter Falk from right here in Essex, Connecticut. 72. They said I was. Brown alumnus.
Bow number 42, Tom Brown from North Bay Rowing Club in Petaluma, California.
Tom Brown. Way to go, Tom. This is Tom rode here in Boston at Boston University in 1962. And he's had a little bit of time on and off the sport, but Tom's making his way down. He's got a nice line right there, tight on the buoys.
I got to do the next one. It's bow number 28, Ken Iskel from Maritime Rowing Club in East Norwalk, Connecticut, and Nashua Boat Club in Martha's Vineyard. Let's go, Ken. Bow number 31, Mark Abelson from Tempe, Arizona, Rio Salado Rowing Club.
It's pretty good. Yeah, sure is.
He's my good friend.
Yeah, turn in a little bit. They're yelling for him up there.
Oh, no, don't cross the course net.
Bow number 48.
31. That's 31.
Coming around the bend, bow number 48, Patrick Walsh from Rio Salado Rowing Club in Tempe, Arizona.
All right, as you can tell, we've got a lot of passing has been going on the course for the first 2.5 miles, and this turn is a long one coming into Elliott Bridge. We call it Elliott Turn, Cambridge Boat Club Turn, and there's a lot of people coming around the corner right now. We've got 3 boats, and they're all going a little wide, and another one coming in behind him. So
Bow number 50 is closest to the buoys
All
around
right.
the turn, Richard Green.
that's Rick Green from Providence, from Narragansett Boat Club. He's been rowing for a number of years. 85 years old, taking a great line. Way to go, Dick.
Okay, closer to the Cambridge side is Michael Lonsky from Row America, Greenwich, Connecticut, bow number 55.
So he started last. The gentleman coming up on the outside of the corner here, Michael Lonsky started last as 55, so he's done some passing as well. But everybody out here is really just trying to have a great row safe, and have a good time doing it.
Okay, bow number 44, Nick O'Connor from Union Boat Club. It's down the river. And
He's
bow number
84. Excuse me. Nicholas is 84 and entered his first head of the Charles back in 1978. A lot of history out here.
He's followed by bow number 53, Lloyd Damon, also from Union Boat Club. I'm going to wrap it up with Wallace Murfitt from Redwood City, California, Blair Island Aquatic Center, bow number 54.
And he rode in the very first head of the Charles back in 1967. So I think that's going to be it, unless somebody's really back in the pack a little bit. That should be our first event. Actually, really the first 4 events. The veteran single 1, 2, and then the grand veteran singles 1 and 2. So everybody in that race of scullers, there's a couple more coming, was either 70 to 85 plus. And we do have a couple more scullers coming up around the corner. As they're coming up, we've got event number 2 is certainly on the course, and that'll be the women's senior veteran single as well as the women's grand veteran single.
Bow number 46 coming up. Jack Lovett from St. Catharines, Canada, St. Catharines Rowing Center. On the inside of this turn is James Burns from Quinsigamon Rowing Club in Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. Bow number 51.
James has got a great bio here. He says, no highlights, just an old guy meandering through life. I think that's what we all do on the head of the Charles, is just meander. So these guys are doing a good job. They're staying between the buoys, rowing side by side, and just heading for the finish line. Congratulations, guys. All right, we do have, and you guys out here in the spectator world can certainly look up the results. They're all unofficial as of now, but they are streaming through Regatta Central or through the Head of the Charles Regatta website. And we do have some entries or some unofficial finishes or unofficial places for the first event, which we just watched, and that would be first place is Mr. Ian Luxford from Sunshine Coast, who is the former world champion sculler, 70 years old. He's in first as of now. He started 35th. And then Greg Stone, right here, local Cambridge master sculler and coach. And then Jim Dietz rounding out that top three. Unofficial results.
Okay, we're now into event number 2, the women's senior veteran singles, women ages 70 and above. Leading the pack is bow number 3, Patrice Glover of Lambertville, New Jersey, Swan Creek Rowing Club. And she is followed closely by bow number 2, Patty Pinkerton from Gold River, California, Sacramento Aquatic Center. Bow number 1, next to her, from Saugatuck in Westport, Connecticut, Liz Turner.
So pretty exciting first three there. That's great. Just as competitive, if not more so, as the men are the women's coming up, and they've been pushing themselves up these first 2.5 miles, and we've got our first three are going by us.
Bow number 4, Barbara Hogan from Vesper in Philadelphia has rounded the turn and is approaching CBC.
To note on Barbara, she is 77 years old, so she's in the Senior Veterans 2 category, and she won that event last year, so she's looking to repeat the win for Barbara Hogan out of Vesper. So let's go, Barbara. Make it happen again.
Barbara's followed by Catherine Kemper from San Diego, bow number 5. So not much turnover in the top 5 in this race.
And just a note there as well, bow number 5, Catherine is also 77 years old, so is racing against the person in bow number 4, Barbara Hogan. So that's a race right there, everybody. Bow number 6, my buddy.
Coming around the turn, bow number 6, Ruth Berenson from Narragansett in Providence. Somebody know?
Yeah.
Right. You have at least 15 seconds to give her a long shot.
Yeah. All right, here comes Ruth Berenson from Narragansett. Ruth and I have known each other for quite a while, and always a joy to have out on the course, coaching her or hanging out with her. She's traveled all over the world with me and is just a fantastic young lady. 75 years old, Ruth Berenson, out here to have some fun, Ruth. Let's keep it going, kid. You're doing great. Looking good. Ruth's self-proclaimed nickname is Baby Ruth, like the candy bar, because she's so much fun. There you go, Baby Ruth.
Number 7.
Okay, next up is bow number 7, Janice Stone from Pocock, all the way from Seattle, Washington.
All right, Jan, here she comes as well. Great lady. 82 years young is Jan. So when she comes up, that's bow number 7. She's got her high-vis vest on. Out there in Seattle, they all wear their high-vis so they don't get run over by a float plane. Uh-oh, what's that person doing?
They're crossing over.
Oh, is that a turnaround?
No, it's somebody coming.
All right, so again, we've got Jan Stone right here, 82 years old. Let's give her a round of applause there, Bridge. Come on. There we go. Began rowing in 1994 and has raced every head of the Charles since 2001.
You got 9 on the buoys.
Coming around the buoys, bow number 9, Sarah Johnson from Cambridge Boat Club.
All right, so as you're watching the course and watching these scullers navigate, the orange buoys are what they want to be paying attention to as they're coming up around the corner towards the bridge. It's the orange buoys on their port side that they want to be paying attention to. The greens are just to keep them away from the docks over here.
Okay, coming past Cambridge Boat Club. Bow number 9 on the inside, Sarah Johnson of Cambridge. And right next to her, Janet Mergusti from Collingswood, New Jersey, the Cooper Rowing Club.
There you go,
Bow
Janet.
number 10.
There we go, Janet. I've coached Janet a number of times as well. She's a fantastic lady, super positive, and happy to be on the course, Miss Bargusi. Let's go. Finish it up here. Half a mile to go, Janet.
Okay, bow number 8, Sarah Sargent from Philadelphia University Boats Club, the red hat coming past Cambridge.
Come on, Janet. Don't stop. Go. She was pushing on 9, and now she's back on her.
The sun this time of morning.
Yeah,
is
it's
so
rough.
tough.
It's rough. All right, here comes Sarah again. This is Sarah Sargent. Started rowing in 1968, so has been at it a couple years out here. She's aspiring to be in the 80-plus category, so a couple more years. Sarah is 78 years old, looking really good, heading right down the middle of the bridge.
On the bend, bow number 11, Peggy Sadler from Upper Valley in Hanover, New Hampshire, coming down here to enjoy the warm weather. And just approaching the turn, bow number 16, Dana Perrone from Potomac Boat Club in Washington, D.C. Okay, so the next.
Number 16 in the red.
Okay, number 11, front of Cambridge, Peggy Sadler from Upper Valley, followed by 16, Dana Perrone, bow number 16 from Potomac.
You got 17.
All right, Peggy, they're 82 years old, so she's in that Veterans 2 category. Looking great.
17 coming up. Okay, bow number 17, Elizabeth Lassick from Winnebago Sculling Club in Lawrence, followed by Christopher Corkery, bow number 12 from Cambridge Boat Club. Let's give her a shout out when she comes by.
All right, here we go, Liz. Let's make this happen. She's the young one in the group, 70 years old. Looking great, Liz. She started sculling in her 50s and decided to, that became pretty seductive, and she's been at it ever since. So looking really good there, Liz. Keep it going.
So listen, the next. Okay, Christopher Corkery now in front of Cambridge Boat Club. Bow number 12. Let's give a shout out for Christopher.
All right, that's getting close to the end, if not the end of the women's singles. And we're going to be moving into a very large event next, event number 3. This is the 50 plus, 60 plus, and 65 plus category for the men, and there are 124 scullers going to be coming up the river here in just a few minutes. So, and we're going to see some fast scullers coming along, including Russ Cohn, Tom Bohr, Greg Benning, Brian Jameson, Greg Meyer, Ransom Weaver, a lot of guys with amazing history, pedigrees, and experience here at the Charles, as well as national teams, Olympics, and many other event winners. So these guys are obviously 10, 15 years, maybe even 20 years younger than some of the others that we've just seen, and they're going to be moving a little faster, and I will guarantee you here that there's going to be a lot of passing in this event. So we're going to have an exciting view, so you guys that are on the bridge, be paying attention, and I'm going to encourage you on the bridge. We are not supposed to help people or guide people along the way, but there's nothing to preclude you from making sure that people don't hit a bridge. So help them out, yell out their bow number. They know their bow number, and help them out if you see anybody hitting the bridge.
Sorry, what were you saying?
Stunning day again. Everybody's certainly loving this weather. If it stays like this all weekend, it'll be an amazing weekend, not only for the spectators, but also obviously for the volunteers, the referees, the event staff, all the folks that have put this event on behind the scenes to make it possible, the people putting up the tents, the people running the electric, the people setting up Wi-Fi, trash, recycling, sustainability committee, all of that stuff. So great. Thousands of volunteers literally out here today. Spotters across the river, good job. Keep everybody honest and safe. And the judge referee corps as well, making sure that everybody finishes safely. And if they do run an errant course, are therefore penalized for doing that. So it's great. And also all of our MDC police officers, first responders, everybody that's out there making this day so successful. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you all. And I know the bridge later today and certainly tomorrow will be even busier than it is today. So you guys, if you got your front row seat today, try to come out early tomorrow to get your front row seat again.
Eventually, you're going to have to give a shout out to the sponsors.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we have Joan Campbell coming down the course. I believe this will wrap up the women's senior veteran singles. Joan is bow number 15. Let's give a shout out for Joan. She's rounding the turn.
All right, this young sculler has got some local fans here, which is awesome. Bow number 15 again, right here. Joan Campbell, 85 years old, first woman member of the Union Boat Club and oldest woman rowing the Charles today. So congratulations, Joan Campbell. And I will add, not just rowing, but racing. Well done, Joan. Racing the head of the Charles. Well done. The other folks that we need to thank for making this weekend happen are obviously our sponsors, and we do not have a sponsor sheet here in our binder, but obviously a lot of the rowing companies and food vendors and so on, Vespoli, Hudson, Fluid Design, Filippi, Concept 2, Croker, all the guys and gals that work and own these companies and make the boats and the equipment for everybody to race in is pretty important. So special shout out to them and being here and supporting their athletes and other athletes as needed for the regatta.
Okay, we have one more rower from the women's senior veteran singles, bound number 14, Diane Ziff from Whistler Rowing Club in Whistler, California. Let's go, Diane. Whistler, Canada. I beg your pardon.
All right, so again, in the Grandmasters single here for the men's side, the course record is set by John Tunnicliffe, which was just over 19 minutes in 2021. So last year, that event was moving pretty fast. The Grandmaster single course record set by Greg Benning, just over 18 minutes back in 2014. So Greg Benning is starting first today, 60 years old, so he's moved up a category, and 29-year member of the Cambridge Boat Club. Following Greg will be Russ Cohn, at least in the starting order. Russ Cohn, longtime boatman. And he actually owns or works for the company. I think he's partner of Stillwater Boats, which are most of these white boats, the low-wake launches that you see up and down the Charles and many other waterways around the world. He's also currently the university boatman at BU.
Russ is also an avid hiker and mountain climber. He has completed the entirety of the Appalachian Trail, and he's climbed all 48 of New Hampshire's 4,000 footers.
And he's a great guy. I've known Greg for over 35 years myself. Russ, sorry. I've known Russ for over 35 years.
Greg's also a good guy.
And he's a good guy. Greg's an okay guy, too. Yeah. Then Brian Jameson from Annapolis is coming out that third spot. And then Tom Bohr, head coach at Boston University, will...
Because if I speak like this, Tim Fulham. Tim Fulham. Tim Fulham. Tim Fulham? No, he. Tim, can you hear this? Thank you. Kate Boyd. Kate Boyd. Kate Boyd. I'll wait till she stands up.
All right, so according to my watch, it is now 8:45. The head of the Charles has been moving.
See if that helps.
Has been moving. Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me? Okay, good. Can anybody hear me now?
Yeah, Tim says yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. We just had some questions about our audio. We want to make sure that we're not just talking to ourselves up here, even though we sound really good to ourselves. The race started 1 hour ago, 1 hour and 1 minute ago, and event number 3 should have started at 8:32. And so we should be seeing racers coming by here any minute, literally. And they've got good, clean water, no ripples, not even any geese flowing by here, no launches, and no wake from any of the other events. So this is going to be exciting. We're keeping our eyes peeled around the Elliott Bridge, and we'll let you know when the rowers start coming.
This is going to be an absolute barn burner.
All right, as promised, I said any minute, and here we go. First sculler.
It's Greg.
Okay, bow number 1, Greg Benning. Very familiar to those of us at Cambridge Boat Club. Greg has won this and other events numerous times, and he is rounding the turn on a perfect course. Bow number 1.
That is a perfect course. So if you don't know what a perfect course looks like for a sculler, that is the perfect course. His port blade is right over the buoys. His boat hull is staying on the correct side of the buoys, looking fantastic.
Around the turn, bow number 2, Russ Cohn from DeWolf Rowing Club at BU. And bow number 3, Brian Jameson from Annapolis Rowing Club. Let's go, Greg.
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 coming up the course here.
Rounding the turn, Tom Bohr, 2-time Olympic silver medalist, coach at Boston University, bow number 4.
No passing here. All these guys are doing a fantastic job pushing away from each other, pushing into each other. I'm sure there's been a lot of give and take throughout the race, but this is the last little bit. 700 meters to go. Russ Cohn going under the bridge, followed by Brian Jameson.
Bow number 4, Greg Meyer from Marietta Training Center, and before that, the coach of Cambridge Boat Club, bow number 5, Greg Meyer, rounding the turn.
And a couple years before that, a coach out of Wisconsin and a rower at University of Wisconsin.
And number 6.
Let's go, Tom. Oh, look how clean he is. Yeah. Bow number 6 is rounded the turn. Eric Zonyi from Hanlon Boat Club in Toronto.
All right, here comes Greg Meyer right towards the middle of the bridge, looking great. He's just got to follow Tom's line. Super job, Greg. Way to go.
I guess at this point these guys are tired. They're dragging water.
Yeah.
This is bow number 6 in front of CBC. Eric Zonyi from Hanlon Boat Club in Toronto.
His first race at the Charles was in 1986. We're not going to be able to give a whole lot of bio on these guys unless we personally know them and can just kind of spout off, because there's going to be a lot of people coming up. Here they come.
Okay, we have bow 7, Ranson Weaver from Undine in Philadelphia. Bow 8, Troy Howell from Craftsbury, and bow 9, Charles Braun from Western Reserve Rowing Association in Cleveland.
All right, exciting stuff here. Way to go, Ransom. He was on the USA national team back for 4 years, 97 through 2001.
Then we have, again in numerical order, Adam Alistair, bow 10 from Union, Charlie Gagliano from Columbus, Ohio in bow 11, and Patrick Johnson from Chanhassen, Minnesota, 612 endurance.
All these guys are looking great. They're really rowing well. Number 10 there, we're both my friend here and I are talking about how nice he's sculling. Really nice job after the amount of energy they've put into the race course so far. So really nice job, everybody. Rowing smooth, rowing clean. That's what it's about right now, not wasting energy as they make that final turn and the sprint for the finish line. But it's really been a 3-mile sprint. So for these guys, especially in these top 20 guys in this event.
Okay, bow number 13, Paul Canestraro from Riverside. It's interesting that these boats are coming by without any break in the numerical order of their seating so far.
Oh.
It's all to come.
Okay, bow 14, Jim Dahl from Wenatchee, Washington.
And then number 17, Ken Etrada.
A break, Ken Etrato from Cambridge Boat Club and Cornell University. Go Big Red, bow number 17. Ken's having a great race.
And remember, everybody, there are different age categories here. So Ken is 50 years old, and bow number 16 right ahead of him was 57. And before him, Michael Contrato was 61. So they are racing in different events right now, and that makes it all just that much more exciting.
Okay, now bow number 15, Mike Cataldo from Cambridge Boat Club. Let's go, Mike.
Mike's been racing here for quite a while. 44 years ago was his first head of the Charles. Welcome back, and hope you're doing well.
Okay, bow number 20, Carlos Ortigi from Lake Meriden, Oakland, California. What are these two here?
Looking good there. That's bow 15 right in front of us. That's Michael.
Okay, about 20, Carlos Ortigi passing the club, followed by bow 18, Kevin Bedell from McLean, Virginia. Coming around the turn here, bow number 19, Donald Townsend from Brunswick, Maine, the Maine Coast Rowing Association. Coming around the bend, Kevin Dutt from Community Rowing, right up the river. Okay, coming around the turn, bow 23, John Tracy from Riverside. He's being passed on the inside by James Dundon. From Chanhassen, Minnesota.
James is the head coach over at 612 Endurance in Minneapolis. 612 is the area code for Minneapolis, St. Paul, and James has been rowing him a long time. He was on the U.S. national team back in the early 90s.
So right here in front of CBC, about 24, James Dundon. 23, John Tracy from Riverside.
22, Stan Vigor.
And 22, Kevin Dutt from CRI. No, that's
22. 22, Stan Vigor right here, 67 years old, coming underneath the bridge. Way to go.
Next up is Patrick McDonough.
Patrick was a
From
University
Fort
of
Worth,
Wisconsin oarsman back in that late 80s. Way to go, Patrick, living out in Fort Worth, Texas.
Boat 26, Richard Klanzik from Leander in Hamilton, California. Ontario, I beg your pardon. And bow number 27, Mike Bannister from Riverside Boat Club.
Mike Bannister.
Mike Bannister. Okay, bow 27. Michael Bannister from Riverside. Let's go, Mike. In front of Cambridge.
Low hitting. Joe Linhoff here, 55 years old from Boulder, Colorado. He's stroking well. Nice job, Joe.
Bow 31. Terrence Smith from Annapolis. Bow 31. And bow 29. Tim Wilsollen from Sydney, Australia. Welcome, Tim. On the turn, bow 30. David Rand from Narragansett. Then 32, Jeff Nelson from the Daily Rink Rowers, right up next to CRI, up the river. All right, bow 33 on the outside, Dennis Ruane from Cambridge Boat Club, followed by Eric Dendon on the buoys from Bronxville, New York.
At the starting line, they're giving everybody about 10 to 15 seconds spacing between their boats, and then by now we're seeing a good amount of passing in between this 2.5 mile mark or 2 mile mark and the 3 mile finish line. So these two guys going side by side, stroke for stroke, catch for catch. Very nice.
Rowing, very nice rowing. Let's go, Dennis.
Pushing, pushing, pushing.
Okay, around the bend, Bob Menino from Union, boat 35, followed closely by Jim Stock from Cambridge, bow number 36. Coming wide on the turn, bow 37, Michael Craig from Saugatuck. At the turn, Glenn Belitho from San Diego, bow number 39.
And we still have about 90 competitors in this event. So if you are watching, some of these guys have already finished and maybe won, but you can't think that they've won until everybody's crossed the finish line, as we saw in that first event.
I just changed one setting that helped it a lot.
This is bow 37 here.
Yep, about 37.
Okay, passing Cambridge is Michael Craig, bow 37.
39.
And then bow 39, Glenn Belitho from San Diego, bow 39 in front of CBC.
You got a British guy. Do you want me to do it?
Yeah, sure.
Coming
Got a
up around the
flotilla of
bend,
geese
we've
heading
got
down.
Martin Hindman from Nottinghamshire Rowing Association in Nottinghamshire, Great Britain. This is going to be a very interesting challenge for Martin because the Trent is an exceptionally straight and flat river with only one bridge. So the turns are going to be quite a challenge for him, and he seems to be handling it very well.
I learned to row on the Trent. I learned to row on the Trent. It's great. There's a power station just up the road.
Clean water?
Water's clean, but it dumps it in hot, so then all the bacteria grows. I've never been sick in my life than I was when I fell on the Trent.
Great.
The geese are doing a nice job of staying off the course. Very nice job.
All right, so coming around the bend, we have 42 on the outside.
42 coming around the outside. Closest to our announcing stand is Charles Barden, 66 years old, from 612 Endurance out there in Minnesota. Don't you know?
46 on the buoy.
On the buoy, James Ball from Oars Inc. from Albany, New York, bow 46. Followed by Michael Worley from Penn AC in Philly, bow number 48.
You might have recognized Mike Worley's name. He's on the national team for 7 years, 2-time Olympian and 3-time world champion. 6 straight wins at the head of the Charles in the Champ 8. Now he's moving up into the Old Boys territory. Well, welcome back, Michael.
Okay, it's followed by 50, who's a Scottish guy.
Okay,
Followed by number 50, Martin Holmes from Castle Semple Rowing Club in Glasgow, Scotland.
And we've got a gentleman going a little wide coming at us here. That is bow number 41. Is that 41?
So the 51's on the inside?
That's 41.
41's on the outside.
Fred Krupp is coming through here closest to us. I think he wants to say hi to some friends here. And bow 51 is on the inside. That is Station L from Portland, Oregon, Lars Ripley. All right, way to go, Lars. Good line over there.
Next is 43.
Okay, bow number 43, Ernie Perzo from Cambridge Boat Club. Let's go, Ernie. And bow number 52, Sean Cook from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
He's made some inroads on some people, so he's doing really well here. That's Sean Cook, Brown graduate, down the coast a little ways.
On the bend, bow number 49, Will Provost from CRI. Next up, Andrew Kellen from Mendota Rowing Club in Madison, Wisconsin. It's bow number 47. He's just rounded the turn.
Andrew started rowing here on the Charles back at MIT in the 80-81 season. This is a familiar story for a lot of Masters sculler. He took a 39-year break from rowing and then started to row a single during COVID back in 2020. So welcome to the single. Andrew, you're doing great. All the way from Madison, Wisconsin, beautiful Lake Mendota. Bow number 56 coming up next from Austria. Meinhard Hausleitner, member of the Austrian national team, World Championships in Montreal in 1984. Well done, Meinhard.
What number is it? It's number 56, Meinhard Hausleitner from Wassersportverein Ottersheim in Austria, where the World Championships were held in 2019. It's an excellent course out there.
All right, we got 4 scullers coming along the corner. They're all doing a nice job so far of not running into each other. Maybe somebody's giving everybody a little bit of gratitude or grace here on their lines, but there is a protocol. If you are being passed, you do need to give way, but you only give way if somebody wants that way. So you have to take the line if you are the faster sculler. We've got bow number
61. Vigantis Audinas from Norwich, Great Britain. Go ahead, Ann.
Norwich.
Okay.
So we got 55 on the inside.
65 coming
Okay,
up.
55.
Oh, excuse me, 55. Ted Marks in the red and white single from Westside Rowing Club.
Then on the inside, we got Harry Sondergroth from Quinsigamon, bow 58. And then bow 45 is Albert Marone from Westerly.
Vienna.
I think that's actually Westerly, Rhode Island. He was a URI grad.
Okay, we're going to call that Westerly, Rhode Island. Bow 53, Jim Myers from Leander. No, Leander, England.
The one that's with your hat. He's got pink blades. After this one, I just want to take this sweater off quite warm. We've got bow number 60 here. That's Marek Skekel. He rode from the Czech Republic and is currently living in Maine.
Bow 64, Patrick Hamner from Dallas, Texas. Bow 64. Next up, Ben Bernan, bow 65 from Ravens Boat Club in Johannesburg, South Africa. Welcome, Ben.
And right here next to the dock is Down East Rowing Club sculler Gavin Kerr. He rows out on Long Pond in the heart of the Arcadia National Park. That would be a beautiful place to row, especially in a beautiful wooden king single. Yeah, that was 54. Now we've got 62, bow number 62 from Andy Merrill from Maritime Rowing down in Connecticut.
Followed by bow 66, Jerome Sokolovsky from Potomac. Then bow 59, Steve Platt from Swan Creek Rowing in Lambertville, New Jersey, passing CBC.
He's got a lot of experience, having raced here 18 years in multiple boat classes and age groups, obviously.
Bow 63, Mark Callahan from Cambridge Boat Club. Give it up for Mark. Round in the turn, bringing it home. Okay, around the turn, bow 67, Michael Levy from Verplank, New York.
And in bow number 72, on the inside of the corner, is Franciscus van der Steen from the Netherlands. He's a 3-time winner of the Silver Skiff in Turin and veteran sculler, single sculler in 2019 here at the head of the Charles. I'd be looking for his name starting at 72nd, passing into the 60s. So well done. All right, I think we might have our first collision over there. At least a little rub of oars. They're going to make it by. Yep, don't stop.
What is this red bow here?
73.
Okay, passing CBC, bow 73, Mark Guads from Potomac. 5-7? Next up, bow 57, Bill Brown from CRI.
74 is Leonti Dailis from New Haven. This is his first year as being a Grand Master at 50.
So he collided with 44. Now coming up is 68.
Okay, we got 44 and 68. 44 is Frank McCarthy from Lake Ridge, Virginia. And bow 68 is Javier Aranzdi from Madrid. Bow 68.
That's Madrid, Spain. So again, our international competitors are full in this field. We've got folks from the Netherlands and Germany and Austria and Great Britain, South Africa, and now España. Welcome.
Okay, bow 75, Charles Johnson from Nerid Boat Club in Rutherford, New Jersey.
Some people think New Jersey's a foreign country too, but it really isn't. We like everybody from New Jersey.
Okay, bow 81, Christopher Ware from the City of Cambridge Rowing Club, the other Cambridge in Great Britain, followed by then bow 69, Michael Thanin from Lincoln Park in Chicago. Close on is bow 76, James Capel from Alexandria, Virginia, bow 76. And bow 79,
bow number 79 is Thomas Love right here from Riverside with the familiar blue and white stripes. And we've got, just for you guys up on the dock or on the bridge there, if you can hear us, you notice the gentleman with the megaphone on the dock is really doing a great job of conducting directing traffic, and allowing boats to go on down to the starting line as racers are coming up, and they have to be very aware of the racers coming ahead. We've got a big group coming up, one of them going a little wide here.
Bow 86, Carsten Bresky from Frankfurt, Germany has just passed bow 80. Hank Corner from Pocock.
85 on the inside.
85 next on the inside, John Carroll from Union.
And 77 on the outside.
Bow 77 on the outside, Gene Huang from Norwalk, Connecticut.
76 there. Oh, 78.
And here's bow 82, taking it a bit wide. And then bow 76, Jim Capel from Alexandria. 78, I beg your pardon. John Hutchison from Merrimack.
Bow number 82, Kevin Maloney. from Nereid Boat Club down in Rutherford, New Jersey as well. So several scullers from that club.
Okay, around the turn, bow 88, Chip Baird from Union. Then he's leading bow number 91, Mark Chapman from Ottawa, Canada. Who's in the wide? Okay, the wide turn up there is bow 87. That's Till Andreessen from Thames Rowing Club in London. Okay, we have a couple of boats that are pretty wide around the turn. We have bow 84. Then bow 84 is Douglas Rourke from Midland, Canada. Then bow 70 is Norman Chartrand from St. Lambert, Canada. Way over. Bow 83, Charles Hirschler from Mohawk River Boat Club in Amsterdam, New York. And bow number 90, Dan Patulak from Anywhere, Connecticut.
All right, so as we predicted, there's going to be some passing here. We've got bow numbers in the 90s, 80s, and 70s right in front of the Cambridge dock. We knew that was going to happen. A lot of these events deeper in the field are not really seeded at all. So you're going to have various age groups and various abilities and experience levels as we're going through. So a lot of steering, a lot of paying attention from the scullers, and really kind of understanding where they need to be, where they should be, and where they can't be.
Okay, bow 71, Kai Sturman from Flanders, New York.
You'll notice that Kai here is rowing a little different boat. He's rowing a wherry, Garofalo wherry that he restored himself. So it's going to give up some speed, but he's doing a great job here, rowing 71. He's got to make a turn, though.
Okay, boat 94, Michael Reisky from Royal Oak, Michigan. Right on the buoy line, followed by John Froming from Potomac in the red shirt, approaching CBC. Bow number 98, Dan Curtis from Cambridge. Good job, Dan. Got a couple of boats coming up now. 93, Carl Resnick from Riverfront Recapture in Hartford. Then bow 96, Tom Erickson from Putney, Vermont. Then bow 89, Sam Chamberlain on the inside.
Making some moves, 106 on the outside. Tideway Scullers.
Then bow 106, Rory O'Sullivan, Tideway Scullers from London. Bow 97, Timothy Denny from Upper Valley, Hanover, New Hampshire.
All right, bow number 97 in the red and white boat, Timothy Denny here. Learned how to row back in 05. Doing a fine job right now.
Okay, we got a couple of wide boats around the bend here.
So 1 and 109 swaps.
So the red striped shirt's going off a little errant here.
That's bow 101, Yossi Shamir from Amsterdam, but actually Yossi rows out of Union.
He should know better.
Bow 112, Frank Rowe from Undine Barge Club, right here in front of CBC. And bow 107, John Pauls from St. Catharines, Canada.
John Pauls is a former national teamer from Canada and worked for many, many, many years from with Fluid Design, and now is pseudo-retired. So way to go, John Pauls. Looking great over there. John Pauls has rode here a few times. He knows the buoy line. He knows where to be.
Okay, David Puller, bow 95, close to the club. Then bow 107, John Pauls from St. Catharines. Bow 114, Trevor Dukovic.
Yeah, from he learned how to row in Zimbabwe. 60 years old already. How'd you get that old, Trevor?
Bow 105, Ken Novak from Anywhere, New York. 110, right in front of Cambridge Boat Club. Michael Sheehan from Hooksett, New Hampshire, Amaskeg Rowing Club. And in front of us, Mark Craig, bow 102, leads Guise Linz from Switzerland, bow 108, going through the bridge. In the green boat, in the red shirt, bow 100, Neil Galbraith from Marlow, Great Britain, leads bow number 111, Paul Podolsky from Saugatuck. Okay, bow 115, Bert Hofsloot from Amsterdam. He did not hit the bridge, but he basically, yeah, but he's going to block this guy if he's not careful.
All right, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 scullers coming up around the corner, and they all want to be looking over that right shoulder, excuse me.
Okay, leading this pack is Andrei Stogornyuk from Montreal, bow number 123. Followed by bow 104, Kerry Watterson from Cleveland. 116 on the inside, Mark Vannersdal from Cambridge. Let's go, Mark. In the green shirt, bow 113, Roberto Riccardi from Johannesburg. Okay, Tom Bertelich, bow 103 on the outside, and then bow 117, Stefan Chilmade from Richmond, Virginia. Okay, bow 118, David Kenny from Cambridge Boat Club. Nice stretch of water right in front of you there. Okay, bow number 121, Stephen Michaels from 612 Endurance in Minnesota, bow 121, all by himself. Nice line here. Okay, the white boat, white shirt coming up is bow 119, Fred Elliott from Kent School Boat Club in Kent, Connecticut. And then on the inside, bow 124, Cambridge Boat Club, Ed Dow. Okay, around the turn now is bow 120, Patrick Ladd from Poughkeepsie, New York, the Mid-Hudson Rowing Association.
All right, from a results standpoint, we've still got in that first event, Ian Luxford from Sunshine Coast is still listed as first. These are unofficial results, followed by Greg Stone, followed by Jim Dietz, followed by Bob Spousta in the top four.
Now would be the time to move the speaker.
In the women's senior veteran singles, we've got in the senior veteran first is from Swan Creek, Miss Glover. Patty Pinkerton from Sacramento is second in that event. And then in the senior women's 2 is Barb Hogan in first, followed by Miss Kemper from San Diego second. Those are unofficial.
Let's go, TD.
In the 50-plus, the veteran 1 single unofficial winner from here at Cambridge Boat Club, Greg Benning. And
Go ahead, Kevin.
122 is coming up.
Oh, so we're ready on the next race?
no, it's still the same.
No, 120. Okay, after a lull, we have bow 122, Robert Ezel from CRI. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
all right, and our next event, we're going to be looking at the Women's Grand Masters and Veterans Single, 50 60 and 65 plus. We got 79 competitors this year. The course record was set back in 2013 for the Grandmaster, was of 20:35. And starting first is Trisha Carney from Riverside Boat Club, right down the river, 53 years young. She was the Grandmaster winner in 2021 and is hoping to repeat again this year. Starting second, Maureen Harriman from Whistler, British Columbia. And then Alden Bumstead, 58.
Let's get this out of the way.
And Alden is from Narragansett, down in Providence. So looking forward to seeing her coming up the course. And Dolphin Rowing Club out on San Francisco Bay, Rachel Perry. And then the fifth place starter is Leslie Critchko from Maine Coast Rowing, two-time Olympic cross-country skier, and now works as a ski coach up at Bowdoin College. So she's got the heart for it, and she is the oldest competitor starting in the first nine people.
I've raced with her.
Head of the Charles always likes to thank its volunteers and its sponsors, without whom this regatta would not be possible.
All right, in that Grand Masters men's single event, we've got Greg Benning starting first, and guess what? Finishing first. There you go. Brian Jameson came up from third, finished second, and he switched spots with Russ Cohn. Russ Cohn finished third with his boss. It's always tough with those guys, Tom and Russ. You know, it's like Tom is the head coach at BU. He finished fourth just behind Russ, who is the boatman at BU as well. And then we got Greg Meyer rounding out the top five with Patrick Johnson in sixth from 612 Endurance.
Go get him, Malcolm.
All right, the women's race for the Women's Grandmaster started at 9:16, 13 minutes ago. So those ladies should be pushing through here in about 3 minutes or so. And, again, that'll be an exciting race. Only 79, I say that with a little snicker, only 79 competitors in this event. But it's fantastic that we're racing here on Friday. I think a lot of the Masters scullers really appreciate the ability to party.
Day off from work.
Yeah, to party tonight and tomorrow night. So I think that's really why we like the Friday racing. But no, in all seriousness, it's really nice to have a little calmer conditions, a little less boat traffic, and being able to space out the scullers here on Friday morning. So thank you for everybody who's here and watching the racing and enjoying this beautiful Cambridge and Boston morning. This afternoon, if you're hanging around the river will certainly look different as thousands of boats head off for their practice rows this afternoon, and it will be definitely a different experience as you're watching from the bridges, exploring the venues, walking up and down the shorelines, grabbing something good to eat or drink, and exploring all of the sponsors and vendors space over there at Adager Row. Be sure to check out the Vineyard Vines tent, the U.S. Rowing tent, the JL tent for clothing. Oftentimes the clothing vendors like cold days because then they sell more sweatshirts, but please check them out for t-shirts and long sleeves and hats and all the great stuff that they're here to sell, and which also supports the rowing community as a whole. Without the sponsors and vendors, this regatta would be very, very different because they do pay fees to be here, and the regatta organizing committee is thankful for all of the vendors and sponsors that come and line the shore, as well as you, the spectators that are here as well, enjoying the beautiful day. As you're watching the scullers either cool down or warm up over there on the Boston side of the river, that is a no passing zone, and it is imperative that the scullers all talk to each other, communicate, and cooperate so that everybody arrives to the starting line safely, as well as if they're wrapping up their row and heading back down to their respective boathouse, whether it be here at Cambridge or Harvard or Riverside, that they communicate as people are heading down the course. So please, over there, if you can hear me, do communicate. You're in a no passing zone. You don't want a penalty before the race starts. And here we have our first sculler in the event number 4, the Women's Grandmaster Veteran Single. And right now she is by herself.
Okay, this is bow number 1, Tricia Carney from Riverside, obviously very familiar with the course. She is rowing all by herself.
Sometimes that's a welcome and sometimes that's a curse because you really are just pushing against yourself. It's hard to see who else behind you in line might be making moves. So it's really all about just being offensive at this point and making sure she finishes as far ahead of the next place boat as possible. In number 2 is Maureen Harriman, 57 years old, from Whistler, is on the inside in the green shirt as she's taking a beautiful line with her oar overhanging the buoy line and her hull staying on the correct side of the buoy. She's doing a great job.
Right next to her is Alden Bumstead, bow number 3 from Narragansett. Bow number 4, Rachel Perry from the Dolphin Club in San Francisco.
Great.
Hold the mic a little further away from your mouth. Your mic's stronger than his. I don't know why.
Okay.
There you go, Alden. Great job, Alden. That's the way. Push the legs. Very good. Everybody here in these top 5, top 10 are going to be great. Here we go.
Okay, bow number 5, Leslie Critchko from Maine Coast Rowing Association in Brunswick is around the turn.
Bow 4 is right here. Rachel Perry from all the way from San Francisco. She's heading under the bridge in the black boat.
So 6 on the inside, 5 on the outside, followed by 7.
Okay, we've got bow 6, Kirsten DeBasey from Saugatuck, followed by Leslie Critchko, bow 5, followed by Karen Gress from Rocky Mountain Rowing Club in Aurora, California, all coming by Cambridge Boat Club. Mitskar from New Haven Rowing Club, tied on the turn, bow 8.
Mitskar, she's rowed here a number of times. Fantastic to see Mitz up here in the top 8.
Bow number 9, coming around the turn, is Dawn Arangus from University Barge Club in Philadelphia. Okay, next up, Roseanne Kirchhoff from Detroit. Bow number 10 has rounded the turn, and she is followed by 12, Elizabeth Runday from the Martha's Moms Rowing Club in Seattle. Then bow 13, Renata Perry from the Blair Island Aquatic Center in Redwood City, California.
I feel like this person's going way wide. She should be right next to the orange buoys. There's nobody in front of her, but she didn't pay attention. So it's all about looking that direction. You just got to stay along the orange buoys.
Almost. A couple of the older ones. Almost. Look at how it had to stop. You could have gone to this side. Stop. You can go on this side.
Okay, bow number 14, rowing a very tight buoy line, Casey Elfstrom from Pettipog Scullers in Essex, Connecticut, followed by bow number 16, Monica Trano from Vesper in Philly. In bow number 16, Monica Trano from Vesper, around the turn. Okay, just passing CBC is bow number 16, Monica Trannell from Vesper. Then bow 17, Eleanor Ackworth from Poughkeepsie, New York, the Mid-Hudson Rowing Association. Okay, bow 22 on the inside in front of CBC, Gillian Haynes Sharp from Ithaca, New York. Then bow 18, Catherine Stokely from Yarmouth, Maine on the outside here. Nice clean rowing approaching the bridge. Then bow 20, Celia Mersbacher from Alexandria, Virginia. And bow 19, Allison Sanders Fleming from Cambridge Boat Club, longtime CBC member, multiple head of the Charleses. Let's go, Allison.
All right, bow number 23, Karen Simmons from GMS Rowing Club down in Milford, Connecticut. First singles after a few years off, but Karen's looking great, 67 years young in the red single. Way to go, Karen.
Then we have, so coming up here, we have 24.
Okay, bow number 24, Amy McBlain from White Marsh Boat Club in Conshohocken, Pennsylvania.
Coming up in the orange.
Approaching CBC, wearing the orange hat, is bow 27, Ellen Blum from Clinton, New York. Is that an Empire or a green boat? Okay, we have a nice little battle here. In the green boat, we have Molly Tyson from Duxbury. Then bow 25, Laura Devitt from Maritime in Connecticut. Cambridge, it's Cambridge over here. Then bow 26, Mary Farrell from Cambridge Boat Club. Let's go, Mary. Let's have a shout out for Mary. Next up, we have bow 35, Ellen St. Clair from Vesper. So bow 31, Doris Barnard Weatherly from Duxbury. In the Empacher, bow 33, Natasha Strom from Cambridge Boat Club, longtime rower, multiple times volunteer, and the head of the Charles. Let's give a shout out to Natasha. Who's next to her? Natasha is followed by bow 28, Laura Sturton-Ost from New Rochelle, New York. Okay, bow number 40, Veronique Oman from Carnegie Lake Rowing Association in Princeton. Okay,
Julie Brown coming up from New Haven and Sarasota down in, she kind of splits her time. Julie Brown here, number 36. Looking great, Julie.
she's followed by 43, Erin Sharp from St. Catharines. Bow 42, Jennifer Bullock from Greater Columbus Rowing Association, Columbus, Ohio. Bow 34, Hillary Cook from Mortlake Anglian Alpha Boat Club in London. How did I say that? Bow 32, Melissa Creighton from Cortland Community Rowing Association in Verplanck, New York. Okay, this is bow 37, approaching CBC. Christine Flowers from Sacramento Aquatic Center in Gold River, California.
All right, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 scullers coming around the turn. And we've got bow number 41, Mary O'Halloran from Duxbury, former coach at Williamsburg Boat Club in Williamsburg, Virginia. She's kind of leading the spear right now. And bow 38 over here, closer us, is Catherine DeSouza from Nassau, Bahamas. And 46 is over there closer to the buoy line. She's from Patagonia, Argentina. And it's now from Occoquan, Virginia. That's Gabriella Kolozek, 54 years young. 3 here coming wide. Somebody's going to have to make a move here. 3 wide going under the bridge is a little tight for any boat classes.
Bow 39, Ruth Ann O'Connell.
All right, Ruth Ann. Here we go. Ruth Ann.
In the white, 44, Jean Sexy from Darien, Connecticut. Then bow 30, Crystal Mullis from Dallas. And then bow 46, Gabriella Kolosik from Occoquan. 6-2 or 5-2? Okay. Fan favorite, Margarita Zeza from Cambridge Boat Club. Bow 52. Margarita is rocking it. Let's go, Marguerite. Bow 47, Lisa Roth from San Diego. Then bow 45, Lorene Arnold from Bladensburg, Maryland, the Washington Rowing Center.
All right, everybody. We're about halfway through this category of women's sculling, and we've got another group coming up around the turn. Again, as a spectator, what you want to see is the scullers are making a gradual radius turn, not taking big sharp turns, and just see them making a smooth transition around the corner and making a straight line for the middle of the bridge, more or less. Certainly more on the Boston side than the Cambridge side as they're coming up. So these 3 are navigating well, especially our first sculler in the red uni, red top with a blue hat. That is bow number
60.
60.
Julia Ferner from Ottawa.
All right.
Fournier from Ottawa. Then bow 53, Jenny Kiesling from East Arm Rowing Club in Greenwood Lake, New York. Followed by
Jeannie rode back in Yale. She's part of that very famous crew a number of years ago. Many of you probably know about.
This is 50. Okay, this is bow 50, Sally Sentner from 612 Endurance in Minneapolis.
That's it, Sally. Keep pushing.
Okay, answer.
Next up is
Sorry, technical difficulties. What do we have here?
U.S. Rowing Board member Sharon Weinbar.
What is it right here?
57.
Okay, bow 57, Sharon Weinbar from Redwood City, California, member of the board of U.S. Rowing. Let's go, Sharon. Okay, bow 61, Ann Creighton on the inside. Bow 49 on the outside. That's Aaron Williams from Barrington, Rhode Island. Bow 5-4, Gene Strauss from East Brookfield, Massachusetts.
All right, bow number 63. This is a brand new sculler to the single and the head of the Charles, Virginia Hopkins from Narragansett Boat Club. Let's use those legs, Virginia. You're looking great. NBC representing here on the Charles with Virginia Hopkins. Bow number 63. You're doing great, Virginia. All right, we've got another group coming behind. So Virginia's moved up on, she's bow 63. We've got 5 or 6 more scullers right behind her, so she's got clean water. Bow number 65 from Cambridge, Massachusetts, Betsy Harling. Right there. She's
6-1. 5-1. Go ahead, you want it?
5-1? Yep. 5-1 is CRI sculler Catherine Zalella Irvin. Rose for community rowing, obviously, and she's a transplant from Nebraska. Perhaps a Cornhusker, perhaps not, but anyway, welcome. We've got bow 62 coming up here next. That's Eliza McGran from Willamette Rowing Club.
64.
And bow 64 right behind her from Newcastle, New South Wales, Australia. Annie Harcombe, or Harcombe. She's a marathon runner turned rower.
6-6.
6'6" is Belana Bertrich. She fell in love with rowing at the age of 16, has been rowing ever since, was rowed on several Croatian national titles, and is rowed in every boat class. So welcome.
56.
This is our I think something just happened there at number 66. 69 coming up here next. That's Georgian-based sculler Diane Barr from Canada, 62 years old. And then 59 coming right in front of our boat. That's Susan Burgoyne from Narragansett, another sculler from Narragansett Boat Club. Everybody down there at NBC, very competitive, great group of scullers, and she's doing a great job. Bow number 70, Paula Meyer from GMS Rowing, 68 years young.
67.
And then bow number 67, South Niagara from Welland, Ontario, Rhoda, Choppin, 54. Bow number 68 is Gail Brunel, Vashon Island. She's in the yellow Empacher on the far side of our venue, good side of the course. And then right next to her is bow number 55 is Indianapolis Rowing Club, middle of the heartland. Susan Gath, 61 years old, so Indianapolis. Welcome. They row out there on Eagle Creek Reservoir, held of many U.S. nationals, U.S. rowing nationals, as well as NCAA national championships out there in beautiful Indianapolis. Bow number 68 coming up next is, bow 5'8", Jennifer Baker from San Diego Rowing Club in the very familiar red and white unis. Followed closely and pushing on her is bow number 75. This is Kathleen Davis. She calls herself tiny but mighty, and I would agree with her right now. She is doing great from Saugatuck, Connecticut, and she is moving very nicely. Bow number 75. We're looking for her name in the top 5 for sure. Bow number 71 coming up next, 612 Endurance. Susan Michaels, been helping her, coaching her for the last few years down in Florida. Susan Michaels, husband Steve. Great job, looking great, Susan.
76, then 74.
Bow number 76, Hillary Parkhurst, Maritime Rowing Club. And then 74 in the black boat, heading for the bridge, is by Leander Hamilton, Hamilton, Ontario, Debbie LaRoque from Leander in Canada. We've got a few more scullers coming.
We should have only one mic on. I'm talking, you're talking.
I think something happened over there with
Yeah.
with the levels or whatever, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
Talk.
Exactly.
I think that.
Who's this?
72.
Bow number 72 coming up here. That's Diane Lentz Hecker. Let's go, Diane. Second time in the women's single. Last year she was just happy to be here. This year she's trying to be a little more competitive. 62 years young. Way to go, Diane. Keep turning it over.
And then 71.
Bow number 71. No, we've already had her. That's not 71. Susan Michaels.
I might have
Sorry,
called
you're
her
right.
wrong.
73.
73. 73, Luis. How do you say that name? Macasack? Luis Macasack, right here from Cambridge Boat Club. First time in the single for her coming up. Very great. McKissick. I was just
Let's
corrected.
give a shout out to Louise as she passes the CBC dock. Major contributor to the quality of life at Cambridge Boat Club. Let's go, Louise.
All right, we're working our way down towards the end of this event, but there's still several scullers coming along, so we'll keep an eye out as they come up around. And remember, it doesn't mean that you're finishing last just because you finished last in a head race. So it just depends on what everybody else does out there. The clock is running for everyone.
79 when she gets here.
Our next sculler coming up around the corner in the white hull is Diane DeLuca. She was the first female president of the Vesper Boat Club. That is fantastic. And now she's rowing out of Lansing, Michigan, which is where she learned to row 40 years ago, out there in beautiful Ann Arbor area, University of Michigan.
Don't tell the Ann Arbor people that
Lansing.
Near them.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's Michigan State. It's Lansing.
Lansing, Michigan State. I was just corrected. Of course I knew that. Of course I did. Lansing, Michigan, Diane DeLuca, looking great, 63 years young.
Turn off your mic for just a minute.
All right, bound number 77 coming up around the corner is Lisa Fraschetti. Lisa's doing a great job making the turn and heading up underneath the bridge. Again, the conditions this morning are absolutely idyllic. Couldn't have any better conditions for spectators or for rowers. Temperature's great, no wind, beautiful blue sky. Boston, Cambridge, you did a great job here arranging the weather. Or was that Fred?
Lee!
All right, I think we're going to be running out of the singles now and into the doubles, which will be fun to watch. We might have another single or two. I didn't scratch off everybody from our list, but I think we're fairly close to being done with the singles, which will run us into the Women's Senior Masters Double, which is the 50-plus age category. Should have started 7 minutes ago. So we're going to have a little break here before they get here, but not too much. The course record is set by Linda Murray and CB Sandsbor and Linda Murray set the course record back in 2013.
Nigel!
Our top 5 doubles that'll be coming up here average, these are all averaging under 60, so 50 plus. Bethany Grant and Christine Collins will be starting off, as well as Lindsay Burns, Kim Wilson in the next double, Texas Rowing Center. Sarasota Crew out of Osprey, Florida, Ann Maricall and Karen Weigart. And then Cambridge Boat Club entry, Lauren Seffler and Robin Churchill. And then rounding out your top 5, another Cambridge Boat Club entry is Mary Mazio and Cynthia Mathis.
So I'm going to...
And we've got our doubles, women's doubles, event number 5. If you're paying attention in your program, here they come. We've got a Cambridge Boat Club entry coming your way.
Okay, coming down the course, bow number 1, Christine Collins and Bethany Grant from Cambridge Boat Club. They won this event last year. Christine is an Olympic medalist and multi-time world champion. They're rowing incredibly clean, barely putting a ripple on the water. Let's go, bow number 1, Christine and Bethany. Give them a shout out. Cambridge Boat Club. Bow number 2, Lindsay Burns and Kim Wilson, Texas Rowing Center. Another pair of elite athletes.
We got time.
Yeah. Bow number 3, Ann Marichal and Karen Wigan from Osprey, Florida, Sarasota. Another really nice, clean boat. Barely breaking the surface of the water. Okay, another Cambridge Boat Club double. This is Lauren Scheffner and Robin Churchill, bow number 4. Give a shout out for Lauren and Robin, Cambridge Boat Club. Now approaching CBC, bow number 5, Cindy Mathis and Miriam Mazio, who have been rowing together for 30 years since the Barcelona Olympics. Cindy and Mary, it's a shout out for those folks. Bow number 6, Rebecca Hollins and Stephanie Acera from Capital Rowing Club.
Bow number 7 coming up next is Union Boat Club down in the Basin. That's Christine Schmidt and Kimberly Burnett. They've been rowing out of Union together since 1994. Probably a few trips up and down the river together. Looking very clean and very nice here. All right, 2 crews coming up around the turn. The leading crew currently is on the outside of the turn, the red boat with the red oars and red unis on the inside.
So red boat is 9, green boat is 8.
That is the CRI double of Catherine Johnson and Patricia Mountain. They're on the inside. They have that nice line. They have to take that line from 8. That's New Haven Scullers and Panagoulis and Laura Nowacki.
They made up a lot of time.
Yep.
Trouble.
Yep.
We could have our first bridge kiss. No?
It's too bad. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
They really
Overcorrected too.
pushed. I would almost say 9 kind of pushed them over a little bit. All right, these boats moving generally faster. Doubles will obviously move faster than a single, so they do need to be maintaining and be aware of their speed coming into this turn. This turn gets sharper as you finish it, entering the bridge, so it's a little tricky. We've got bow number 11 right here, Riverside Boat Club, with Christine Higgins and Anita Verhoel. Been rowing together since 2016 with the orange boat, 12, right behind them, OKC River Sport, Oklahoma City, Amy Thiessen and Michelle Wald.
So 10 coming up on the outside.
Okay, bow number 10, Barbara Najar and Valerie Turand from a boat club I can't pronounce in Sevrier, France. 16. Okay. On the inside, Molly Watkins of Cambridge Boat Club and Loria Wetton from Potomac, bow number 15. What is that?
15.
15.
Okay.
This is 13 right here.
Now what is this?
13. They gotta change their course.
Okay, bow 18, Marianne Terosian. Sorry, bow 16, Sandra McCarthy and Karen Fiegler from Long Lake Rowing in Long Lake, Minnesota.
All right, those of you on the bridge, keep an eye out around the corner there as they're coming out. You got 3 wide coming up, and the one in the middle is getting a little sandwich action here. Got to be aware of speed of the other boats and making sure you're staying out of the way without taking too much of an evasive action. You don't really want to be pushed out wide, and boats that are going fast have to maintain their turn, and there's going to be a kiss right there. All right, the yellow boat is now clear. So we got bow number 23 in the red. Coming up, that is, 23 is Blood Street Skulls out of Old Lyme, Connecticut. 21, Slack out of San Diego, California. And then 20 right here, the white boat is Occoquan, Virginia. Occoquan Boat Club, Fairfax, Virginia. Stephanie Ashton and Karen Udler. Then we've got 22 coming up next. That's Seattle College Club. Nancy and Kathleen. They're looking good. Clear 19 is Lake Oswego Community Rowing out of Lake Oswego, Oregon. Marhan and Shannon. And then bow 14, they are Hudson River Rowing Association out of Poughkeepsie, New York. Lori Alphonse and Anna Cizong. Red boat is bow 17, Tempe Town Lake. Nora Steele and Kathy Torreno from Phoenix. And bow 13 right here is Lübecker Ruder Club out of Lübeck, Germany, of course. That's Uta Hudle and Anka Wagner. All right, event number 5 is going to be coming to an end shortly. We've got 23 total competitors, and we got 3 boats coming up around the corner right now. We've already seen the last starting place. Blood Street Skulls has already passed us, so these boats here have been passed by at least a couple of boats.
You must know Charlotte Hollins.
I can't read who this is yet, but it's single.
It's a single digit. It looks like 9.
No, it is
1? Oh, this is our next event. This is our next event, Women's Grandmasters Double, bow number 1, and they have pushed into the event bar prior to them. So that's event number 1, Fran Tutti and Inga Steckel from Lincoln Park Boat Club, Chicago, Illinois. They won last year, and it looks like they're doing everything they can to win again. And bow number 2 is Riverside Boat Club, Patricia Belden and Lynn Osborne. They've been rowing. Yeah, they've been passing bow number 18 from the previous event. So bow number 18, by the rules of rowing, should be giving way to anybody that's coming up on them that in that next event. So this is the Women's Grandmasters Double. These are 60-plus age average. We got bow number 3, Narragansett. That's Ann Fleet and Joan Brush. 62-year age average, and they're super happy to be here. They're looking great. Nice job, Narragansett Boat Club. They race hard down there.
The only one of these I want to do is Lisa Pierce, about 16, 14. But when you want to take a break.
Bow number 4, Potomac Boat Club, Carol Dinian and Linda Porter. They won the head of the Occoquan and the head of the Potomac, so they're coming up here to Boston, see what they can do. Looking good right now. Bow number 4. In the bright white Felipe Double, going underneath the bridge. Great line. Strong push of the legs, swing of the body, little pull of the arms, and out, and we do it all over again. 60 plus the first place crew, by the way, that went through here, Inga and Fran, they are the course record holder. Have the course record of 20 minutes 32 seconds. They looked really good this morning, so we'll see what they can do on that. And we've got bound number 8 in the Empire. That's the yellow boat. That's Station L. Cynthia Lund and Lori Jensen from Station L. That's in Portland, Oregon. Beautiful Willamette River most of the time. Bound number 7, Vesper Boat Club, Philadelphia. Eileen Normoyle and Marcia Ziesling. First year in the double for these ladies. Represented Vesper for number of years. Bound number 7. Bound number 5, Cambridge Boat Club, Julia Norton and Marcia Hooper. Marcia Hooper, of course.
Okay, let's go Cambridge.
Marcia's taking an absolutely lovely line right here through the Elliott Bridge.
Okay, bound number 14, Lisa Pierce and Kristen Miller from Cambridge Boat Club. Let's give them a shout out. Cambridge Boat Club, Lisa and Christine. And they are leading bow 11. Also from Cambridge, Nina Streeter and Susan Cars. Welcome home. Nice lines here, both boats. 12, bow 12 from Riverside, Ann Kahn and Catherine Widgery. Actually, this is a composite.
I'll take 13.
Go ahead.
Is that 13 right there?
No, 9.
9? Bound number 9 coming up. Oh, Loretta McCarthy and Karen Ellis from Princeton. All right, Karen. Let's go, Loretta. Right there.
15.
Remember them?
15.
Bow 15, Station L. Another one, Carol Palmas and Dorothy Atwood. Had the privilege of training with them in both in Bled and in Croatia this summer. Dorothy was our star at the Euro Masters Regatta. Let's go, Carol and Dorothy. Looking good.
Fix your line.
6. Bound number 6 is Riverside. It's a combo group, Riverside and Treasure Coast. That's Linda Merck and Leslie Freed. They're in the older category. They're 73-year-old average. Been racing together since 2009. Leslie and Linda, let's go. Bow 17 is Catherine Kaufman and Eleanor Braun from Beaver Creek Sculling. Their coach came down in the men's single earlier today, and now we've got Catherine and Eleanor, both from Beaver Creek Sculling, Charlottesville, Virginia.
Course correction.
Yep.
Straighten that out.
The stroke is doing a lot of steering right there. And looking. It's like the fourth
Somebody's gotta take
view.
control.
Yeah. Yeah, she's taking it. She should bow.
I think tomorrow will be the bridge gate day.
Stroke should be bowing in that
But
boat.
the next
Actually.
boat is going to be, the next race will be the barn burner.
The men's double, yeah.
Yeah. Bow 18.
Bow number 18 is Magunicut from up Medicticuk out of Camden, Maine. That's Stephanie Lash and Polly Saltonstall. They're finishing that turn and getting lined up for the bridge. And we still have a couple more doubles in this Women's Grand Master event. We've got some, looks like we got some men's 4s heading downriver.
I guess they're allowed to do that.
Some 8s. Bound number 16 here in the yellow high vis, coming up in the middle of the course, is Roundout Club from Kingston, New York, Cynthia McVeigh and Mary McCaffrey. And then right behind them is Bound 19. That's Ridley Grad out of St. Catharines, Ontario, Lynn Krulek and Nancy Storrs. They age out at 68 for an average. And they normally Lynn is the student and Nancy is the coach, but today they're joining forces. Looking good. Nancy is a long time Canadian coach.
Okay, the next event is the men's senior master doubles. Put on your seatbelts. This is going to be a barn burner.
And lucky number 13 from Ashland, Oregon. We've got our Rogue Rowing double from Tony Martinez. Go Tony. And Leah Byers. Go Leah. All the way from Oregon. They've raced in other races on the West Coast. Combined rowing experience in this doubles 35 years, but they've run up and down the West Coast and are happy to be here in Boston, making their Head of the Charles debut. Go, Tony. Just row straight, Tony. Okay. Quick intro here. We've got event number 7. This is your men's masters double 50 plus. Started at 10:10. It is now 10:24, so 14 minutes in. Course record was set by Smith and Gagarian, who are started first, and that time was 17:16. Let's see if they're leading the pack right now.
No, it's number 2.
It is bound number 2, the Twin Donut, Menlo Park, California. Greg Klingsporn and Jeff Klingsporn. Looks like twin brothers, both age 53. They are leading the way, starting number 2.
And followed by number 1.
They're followed by the Smith-Guerrerian double from Narragansett, longtime champs on this river. Bound number 2, passing Cambridge Boat Club.
All right, these will be the fastest boats that we've seen thus far today, so we'll be paying attention to their lines, their courses, how precise they are on their directions, and obviously going under the bridge, heading for the finish line. We've got 4 coming up at us next.
Okay, first in line, bound number 3 from Cambridge Boat Club. Jim Pierce and Jay Manson, bound number 3, holding a perfect line along the buoys.
So 7's coming up on the inside.
They're followed by bow number 7 on the inside. Bow 4, Tom Stottlemyre and Dale Hoxie. What's this? And bow number 9 making up ground. David Gillard and Guy Pooley from Crabtree in London.
Cambridge University graduates.
I've been told to say they're Cambridge University graduates.
That's correct.
Coming up next in number 5, it's Vladimir Banyanak and Alexander Stojevonik from Serbia.
Nicely done. Passing CBC right now, we have Steve Henry and Eric Cornett from the Texas Rowing Center in Austin, Texas. And bound number 8, Blair Crawford and Rob Ramsdell from Cambridge Boat Club. Let's give them a big shout out. Followed closely by bow number 12, Matt Collins and Xander Packard from Cambridge Boat Club. We've got some action here, folks. Bow 10, Francisco Villacava and Anthony Tozard from Miami International Rowing. Okay, coming up, on the inside of the turn, bow number 14 from Cambridge, August Cole and James Geschweiler rowing a very nice line, followed by bow number 11, Robert Baldry and Lawrence Fitzhenry from Undine in Philly. Let's give a shout out to our friends from Cambridge.
I got it. Number 11, number 13, Lake Sunapee out of Sunapee, New Hampshire, Pierre Lassard and Hampton Birdwell.
They're going to have a buoy violation. Wow.
They're fucked.
Yeah, they just screwed. It's shallow over there, too.
That'd be good.
Bow 13, making their way from Lake Sunapee. And then we've got, what's that? 16. Bow number 16 coming up next from Narragansett. Bjorn Sandersteady and Matthew Erickson. Let's go, Narragansett. Let's go, Bjorn. Make the turn, Bjorn. Make the turn, Bjorn. Turn, Bjorn. Yeah, Bjorn. Got going too speed.
You know,
What happens sometimes is you just got a little too much speed. Sometimes you got to slow down a little bit before you go into these turns and then speed up out of them, just like you would in your bicycle, motorcycle, or your stock car.
Okay, so in the M-Pocker, we've got number 15.
Nope, that was 16 just there. 15. Belmont Rowing Club right here in, different Belmont, North Carolina. James Hagan and Robert Kleiderlein. And bow number 1, that's from your future event, or that's the next event. That's College Club Seattle. That's Matthew Barry and Roy Colvin. So they're pushing into the event before. So bow 15 is right here in the yellow boat from Belmont, North Carolina.
17.
And bow 17 started in the final position, Carolina Masters, David Margulis and Piers Barker out of Carborough, North Carolina. So I think we're going to be moving right into that event number 8, which is your men's Grand Master double 60-plus age category. I'm going to turn this over to Larry.
Okay, bow number 2, passing Cambridge. Russ Murphy and Dan Chernoff from Cambridge Boat Club. Dan overcame illness to join us today, and he is rocking. Okay, bow number 3, Macaulay Nash and Robert Reichart from Chinook. Ooh.
All right, those first 3 boats out of the event 8 have really pushed away from the field. Unfortunately, one of them just was very close to that Cambridge arch of Elliott Bridge, so they lost some time right there. But they're going to do their best to pick it up and stay ahead of the other boat before the final turn.
Turn off your mic for a moment.
What's that?
Turn off your mic for a moment.
All right, bow number 4 coming up next. That's my friend Leon Jones out of Daytona, Florida. He actually rows out of my site on Lake Beersford. We've been having some little water issues down there in Central Florida. Maybe you heard of this Hurricane Ian. Our waterway is about 4 feet up right now. Leon's been wading into the parking lot to get out in his single and get training for this thing. So good job. Bow number 5 right here up the river, CRI, Community Rowing, Whitney Hatch and George Hatch. Looks like a couple brothers who rowed at Harvard back in the day. And here they are, looking good. Bow number 5. Let's go, Leon. Let's go, Todd. Bow number 6, Saugatuck out of Westport, Connecticut. Bill Gardner and William Hatch. That's a 3rd hatch in a row. Bill and Bill here have been rowing together for 6 years and 3rd in the head of the Charles. They've got a nice line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more boats coming up the line here. 12?
12 and 7.
Mulheimer Club out of Mulheim, Germany is coming up next. That's Christian Thomas and Philip Bogdan. Relatively new crew is number 12 and number...
Oh, that's great. Okay, approaching Cambridge Boat Club in the White Empacher, John Grant and Tom Darling, bow number 15. As they pass us, let's give them a shout out. They are just moving right along. Right behind them, we have bow number 10 in the lead. Gregory Peterson and Tom Ruffelshaus. Then bow number 8, Dan Schley and Bart Pasternak.
Let's go, Dan.
17. Then Mike Tata and John Tunnicliffe moving all the way up from bow number 17. Bow number 11, Jamie Rubini and Michael Arnold from Alexandria. And bow 14, Timothy Bukowski and Richard McDonough from North Carolina.
Row chaos.
Ooh.
All right, we got some alternate arches going on here, so keep an eye out. It's perfectly legal to go through the Cambridge Arch, but it makes that next turn very difficult.
Right in front of us, bow 16, Tom Bishop and Rod Stewart from London.
Great Britain. All right, super exciting here for these guys.
Really talented people who have just...
We've just been talking here at the announcer's stand. You know, sometimes our things get a little amped up and we just kind of forget where we are, and we're carrying a little more speed than normal. You know, your training rows are always really good, and then you come under race conditions and sometimes you make a mistake, but that's why we call it racing.
Okay, bow number 13, Ford Reich and Brandon Borman from Brunswick, Maine, the Maine Coast Rowing Association.
They did a cool thing during their training rows back in 2020. There are 16 counties in the state of Maine, and over a 3-day period, they traveled the course of the Head of the Charles, 3 miles, 4,700 some meters, in all 16 counties. That's really cool.
Is 20 right here? Oh, yeah. Okay. My friends Malcolm Gefter and Bill Erklands from Cambridge Boat Club, bow number 9 in the Mary Win Winter Filippi double. Let's give a shout out for Malcolm and Bill from Cambridge Boat Club. Let's go, Cambridge.
And for those of you who don't know Bill and Malcolm, that boat averages out at 79 years young. So congratulations once again, guys. Great job. Oldest boat in the race.
Okay, rowing the perfect line, bow number 20. My climbing partners, John Saxelby and John Lambert from Cambridge Boat Club. You know them both. Let's give a really big shout out for bow number 20, John and John. Let's go, Cambridge. Perfect line here.
And number 18 in the black tops and is coming down the middle of the course, looking strong. Passaic River Scullers, Jeffrey Lamb and Anthony Fiore. Tony's a former MIT rower, and Jeff is a founding member of the Passaic River Rowing Association. So been around the sport for a long, long time, and looking great right now. Just got a few more meters to go, gentlemen. Bow number 19, Blood Street Sculls out of Old Lyme, Connecticut. Bill Plage and Michael Ferguson. Bill is a graduate of the Coast Guard Academy back a few years back, and Mike is a graduate of Georgetown. Both rowed back in the day when they were in college. All right, excellent. There goes Mike and Bill. Old Lyme Scullers, bow number 19. I think that's it. Is that it? I think that's it.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, barring the unexpected, the racing for the morning is over. Enjoy your afternoon. See you tomorrow.